racing us back at the top of the world. ROLEX TP52 World Champion.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Well, it's day two of the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. We're with Ado Stead. Ado, top of the table after day one. How do you feel?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, we had a good solid day yesterday. Probably had a few things go our way in the first race on the second beat, but really solid second race. And boat's going well, team's going really well, and it just shows what a tough place Newport is to sail.
I mean, you've been with a few different TP52s over your career. What defines the sled programme? I mean, you've obviously been in for now 3 regattas. What's behind the curtain in the sled team compared to others?
I'd say, we've got a pretty good boat. We've got a little bit of limited sail budget, but we're making the most of it. Got a great team, really solid team across the board, both onshore and on the boat. Great coach in Adam Beashall, and everyone backs each other up the whole way through, and. We got the boat going well. We've still got plenty more to come, but it just feels like a really nice team to be part of.
What's the dynamic in the team, and where do you kind of fit in, as it were?
Okay, so I'm the tactician, but we've got Murray Jones as strategist, Andrea Vicentini navigating, Jero on the backstay as well. He does the bow on the starts and then backstay, so it's a good sort of pretty solid and very experienced group of people at the back of the boat. And then trimmer wise, got some great trimmers, and some really solid guys for the boat handling, plenty of strength, and then Mr. Akura, who turned up yesterday and did a great job of getting straight into it.
You've still got a lot to prove, or still got a lot to achieve in your career, do you feel, or is it all under the water, as it were?
No, I think the best thing about this sport is that you can never stop learning. If you want to keep learning, you just keep doing it. And the guys that I'm very fortunate to sail with this year on sled, on Bellamente, on CRF and Caro, it's all just fantastic to keep learning, to keep that trying to get better the whole time. So hopefully, as long as I keep doing my Pilates, I'll be all right.
That's the key, is it?
Well, it certainly helps a bit, but I'm definitely not getting any younger, but I really enjoy sailing this. I'd say at the moment the sailing is just the best it's been, so and long may it continue.
What about this class then? We're in good shape. We've got another 2 boats coming in Palma.
Absolutely phenomenal, and the fact that no one's really dominating is even better. We look at how Paprika come on with Loic joining them, which is great. We know that the old gladiator boat that's now in the hands of Teasing Machine will be, they'll be strong. They're good sailors. We got Alpha Plus getting better and better every time they sail. The two new 52s in Platoon and Allegra getting up to speed. We've got Provezza back at the next regatta with their new boat. Super strong.
I'm bound to ask you about new boats then. Do we need new boats coming in? Would you build new if you had the choice? If it was down to you?
If it was down to me. I mean, the big, if you like, the unknown is going to be the new Provezza. It will be only one from the Vrolic office, and I think that'll be really interesting to see how they pitch their boat. They've been such a strong team over the years, with John driving it and the people that work in that team. So I think we wait and see how they go, and maybe there's we know that Rolf designs great boats, or the ROLEX office design great boats. We know the Boateen office design good boats, and people are certainly, the platoon are getting up to speed now, and we've seen Allegra's potential already. So who knows? But we're from a Stead perspective, we've got what we know, and we can definitely, we've got our wish list, but that's what we've got here to play with, and that's what we've got to get the most out of.
And you've won how many world titles in the 52 class then?
None this decade, but 3 previously. I was fortunate to win 2 with Quantum, and then 1 with RAN in Miami a while ago.
How would you compare the different programs, let's say, to the sled program? What was it like with Quantum?
I mean, Quantum is a very is an amazingly professionally. It's a works team is how I look at it, and very well managed by Ed Reynolds, and I've been fortunate to sail with Terry in it, and it's a great the leadership, the ability for people to just get on and do their jobs, and development is great. Certainly, I know they've got Brendan there as a big asset, and his shore team, making the boat as fast as it can be. So and it's a good project. What the change that they've made is in terms of their crew, I think is a great for the future of the sport.
And what was it like with RAN?
RAN, great. Nicholas is a very passionate sailor, a very good helmsman, and he's not afraid to build boats that are different or groundbreaking, and as certainly see with his Mini Maxi and his Fast 40, he's a super guy to sail with, and Tim Power does a really good job of optimizing that boat and the team. So every team's different, most teams' dynamics are all slightly different, and but the best thing about sailing is that you can sort of win races in very different styles. So there's lots of, just got to get everything right, and if you can put that together for a series, then you're the champion.
Obviously, I was saying many more high points to come, but what do you look back on so far with the 52s? What have your high points been in terms of enjoyment?
It's certainly, sailing with the RAN was great, sailing with Quantum was great, and that's been really, really good. With Allegra, we came 3rd at the Worlds in Cascais a couple of years ago, which was pretty good. We were 1 point off second, and that felt pretty good. Sled, we really feel like we've got a bit of potential, and we're a bit short on training days, but we just make the most of what we've got, and come out and swing, all swinging.
And what about this World Championship? Do you think you can do the business?
I think, as far as I look at it, we've had 1 day. There's 4 more days. We've got a slight head start, but you got to sail. You got to sail in order to win or to be consistently good in this fleet. You got to sail well every day, and there's no point being top of the leaderboard 1 day and then you follow it up with a 6th or 7th on the day. Overall, you just got to keep battling away. If you can be in the top end each day, in the top 3 on the boats on the day, then that puts you in really good shape for going into the last race. Sometimes there's people who just run away with it. So, but this venue's incredibly tricky, and as we've seen, it's very easy to be a hero or a zero.
But you're loving it. Thanks, Ado, and have a good day. So there we go. Ado Stead, then the tactician on the sled, top of the table at the moment. We're going to catch up hopefully with Will Ryan from the Allegra. So we're joined by Will Ryan from the Allegra. Will, new boat this season, how's it going?
That's been fantastic for us. I think any opportunity to be on a new build is really, really exciting, and I think as a team that's kind of given us that extra energy to find some little potential gains. And interesting, obviously, having Platoon with a very similar build, so we've got a real training partner there in some respect that you want to beat in each race, but ultimately when you do have a new boat, you have to focus on yourself, and I think as a team that's what we've done really well this year, and I think we're seeing that improvement and that consistency, and that's something we're kind of striving for, and hopefully we can continue through this week here in Newport.
Is there a performance gain that you've noticed surface particularly?
I think there is a little bit of a performance gain. I think mentally, always a new boat, you get that little kick anyway, so there's always that placebo effect anyway, but small subtle changes. Like these boats have been around for years and the refinements are so small, but it's such tight racing that every half a metre makes such a difference in the end point. So yeah, I think in some conditions we might find it, and we're still kind of learning the boat. It is early days for us with this package, but no, enjoying that process, and I do think we've got more in the tank, which is a good feeling to have.
The team's still getting better then?
Absolutely. I think as a team, like we've got a nice balance actually of youth and experience, and I think we're putting that together well, and that communication as a team is what really is hard to build and takes time. And I think Andy's done a great job that he's kind of always encouraged all of us to be open, to speak ourselves, to trust ourselves, and that's kind of what we're trying to do. And yeah, this week's different. Like Newport's a really, really challenging venue, and then for us, obviously we had a really positive day one yesterday. You can lose it on the first day, but you can't win it. So I think we come away out of that feeling good, and today's going to be another totally different day, so it's open minds again, and it's a team just got to keep trying to put one foot in front of the other.
Tell us about the race course then. It's very difficult to read. What's your interpretation of it? Typically we've seen, for example, we saw Value going off the left just about every race and winning last month. Worked for them yesterday. What's the kind of geometry and the setup on the course?
Yeah, it's funny, as an Aussie, I think you always kind of have this affiliation that the Australians must be good here in Newport after the couple those years ago reading through the books and stuff, but no, it's been an immensely tricky venue since we came here and did the previous event. Yesterday, nice to see Value again doing really well out of the left. It is a bit of a mixed bag. Some days you get a lot of wind shifts and shear at the top of the mast, and you're like, oh, what's going on? And then yesterday was incredibly stable wind direction at the top of the mast, but it definitely didn't feel like that on the water, and you could see that game of snakes and ladders in the boats. But what is phenomenal is that basically every top mark you come in overlap no matter what happened in the wind, and I think ultimately we've just got to kind of keep our eyes out of the boat, try and stay that nice balance of wind strategy versus the fleet strategy, and that's really the challenge in the 52s, because it is just a positioning game of that cat and mouse game at the top mark on that final approach.
You've got some changes in your coach boat, I believe. You've still got you've got Elliot Willis joined you. What's his role?
Yeah, it's really nice actually. I think particularly for Nick Asher, our tactician, to have Elliot on board. So Nick and Elliot sailed 470s quite some time ago, and we kind of joke we've got a good little 470 squad in our team. But I think if you look at every boat here, there is people with 470 history, and it's kind of a tricky boat that there's so many variables that play into it. And I think that is why the 470 sailors have a good appreciation of how all those subtleties go into the performance of the boat. So Elliot's been great initiative to the team. He's obviously taking a lot of photos and getting his understanding of these particular boats, but coming with fresh ideas, and that enthusiasm and energy is what every team always wants, and he's fitting in really well. What's his actual role? So for him at the moment, I guess he's in charge of the sailing aspect, the sales package of the team in a way. For us, it's a lot about trying to analyse what we have ourselves, and also trying to get a bit of insight into what other teams have. You see it, the recon in the America's Cup, he's the same kind of thing in this kind of scene. What about your evolution from Olympic sailing to big boat sailing? Tell us about the process and how it was to begin with, and where you feel you are now. It's quite a funny one to come out of the Olympic pathway. You're just so invested in it for so many years, and you kind of have to shut everything out, and you're kind of always saying no to all these other opportunities you'd love to pursue at the time, and to finally now have the opportunity to say yes. And I've been really, really fortunate to have some great opportunities come my way, and some really supportive owners as well, and different opportunities. And this one with Andy's been fantastic. Like, Andy let me actually do the Sail GP on the weekend in San Francisco and fly into this event quite late, which is a big risk for the team, and obviously it's not what you want to do as a team member. You want to be in there for 100%, but I think he knows that all that different experience that you take from different circuits and different team environments, you can kind of combine, and that's what helps you be a better sailor and a better person, and he values that input back into the team, and I think that's ultimately what I'm trying to be in whatever I can in sailing. And for me this year I've had the chance to do a bit of RC44s and some different kind of fast boat and more traditional tactical sailing, and for me that makes me feel a bit more all-rounded as a sailor. Always really keen to learn, and that performance kind of aspect is what I crave and I miss from the Olympics in some respect. And for the 52s, as brutal as it is when the racing's so tight and it can be hero or zero on each kind of day, you always feel like you are learning something, so you've got to kind of keep taking those little notes, put it down to experience, and keep pushing forward for the next day. As a double Olympic medalist, do you look forward to watching the games from the sidelines as it were, or do you really miss it? I think it's going to be tough to watch the Olympics, to be honest. One respect, I would love to be there. Like, Marcy Marseille was a fantastic venue, and I'm really envious of the guys that are going to be there competing. But yeah, I'm also really excited to watch, and because I know the journey that those guys have been through to get there, and you can see just the excitement for some teams just to qualify for the Olympics in themselves, and then there's the other guys that are there as the medal contenders. And I think it's quite a different dynamic now in the fleet, particularly when I look back at the 470. But it's going to be really, really close racing in Marseille, despite the range of conditions that they expect. And I think the one other thing that's really nice is that the coverage of all these kind of sports is getting better and better. And the more we can kind of portray and share the understanding and the journey of what goes into a sailing race, the better. And I think we're making leaps and bounds in that kind of area. And it's going to be hard to watch it, but I'm really looking forward to watching it.
Meantime, back to today. What are you focused on most of all today?
Yeah, today it's definitely a lighter day. It's kind of been the morning set up a little bit different, a little bit more cloudy, and we've had a 1 hour delay already as we wait for the wind to establish. There's a bit of a cold front pushing in from the north, and I think it's going to be a bit of instability, potentially a bit of rain in the afternoon. So I've told the lads to take their rain jackets. If the strategist doesn't take the rain jacket and it rains, I know I'll be in trouble. But yeah, I think it's been quite lumpy the last couple of days, and for us as a team, each race is, you got to kind of treat it as its own one, and we just got to see what we see on the water and kind of trust yourself. You have models and predictions of what the software might say is going to be the best on a day, but it's going to be really close racing. There's no doubt about that.
Just the way you love it.
Exactly.
Well, thank you very much. So there we go. Will Ryan from the afterguard of Allegra in second place at the moment, and let's see how it goes. Let's go to the water. Welcome back to beautiful Newport, Rhode Island, here in the USA. We're here for the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. Everything on the line. We have 10 teams racing from 7 different nations. We have the 7 times world champions, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic.
Yeah, 752 Worlds, so something I'm proud of. The first one in Lanzarote was obviously a big one with Terry, and then each one was special. The one in 2022 with Doug was really good, so each one's a little bit special.
We have Sled, who won one world title, who have been showing so well on these home waters for them, and Platoon Aviation, helmed by Harmuller Spreer.
We won 3 world championships in this class, and for me as an amateur driver, it's quite a big achievement.
But as we saw last month, any team could win. Vayu had a dream victory here last month. Let's see how it plays out. Race 1 breezes 12 to 14 knots, wind angle of 240 degrees, and Vayu, Alpha Plus and Paprec all start off the left-hand side of the line. Doesn't look so good for the first part of the upwind, but the left does come in nicely round the top mark, with Vayu leading from Alpha Plus, Paprec and Platoon coming round the top mark side by side, slightly overlap. But does Vayu keep the lead all the way through? And the second upwind, a nice gain on the left side to Sled, gets them up to second place. Down the final run, will Vayu just hold on under pressure from Sled and Allegra? Through the finish line was a win for Vayu, second place Sled and third Allegra. So breezes down just very slightly for the second race of the day, probably 8 or 9 knots on the start line. Gladiator get off the pin end of the line, lead up to the left to preferred side of the track, and go round the top mark with the lead, with Sled and Platoon second and third. Through the leeward gate will Gladiator have gained and are comfortably ahead of Sled and Allegra. Through the finish line is a win for Gladiator. Sled get their second place of the day, and Platoon get third. So the regatta leaders are Sled.
Pretty solid day. Mr. Akura arrived last night, and so we did a couple of tacks and jibes with him this morning, and he got locked straight into it. So really pleased with how we were going.
But we got the course figured out yesterday with a 1-2 in practice, but that first race was a little bit of a coming down, but second race we got it right.
So the standings after 2 races at the ROLEX TP52 World Championship, leaders are Sled on 4 points, second Allegra on 7 points, and third Vayu on 8 points. Well, a fantastic first day's racing here in Newport, Rhode Island. Most consistent team today has been Sled, 2 second places, top of the table at the moment, but a long way to go, but great racing. Join us again tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's today, in fact, and interesting interviews there. Ado Stead saying you really have to sail well every day in this fleet, particularly this World Championship. You can't afford to have an off day. And Will Ryan, well, saying you can't win on the first, you can't win the World Championship in the first day. You can lose it. And Allegra then in good shape. In second just now, Sled on top with these 2 second places. Vayu very much in the mix. Up and down yesterday with first and a 7th place. But let's join Louise Vancer on the water. Louise is our eyes and ears on the water. Well, hopefully we'll catch up with her in a few minutes' time. We've got hopefully Louise. How are you?
Hey Andy, I'm great out here. We have perfect conditions to get really seasick. So light winds, big waves. But I think we will start racing very soon. It has been so humid and hot this morning, but out here it's a bit more fresh. I think we have 7 knots at the moment and big waves. So it will be quite interesting to see the setup for the boats, actually. I think we can expect really tight racing, a little bit unstable conditions, but I think fair enough to race on it. I wonder if on the upwind all the crew can be outside or if some of them have to be under the deck because there's not enough wind for them to be outside, so they have to be under the deck. That's very, very hot under there, but we will see this on the race course. And downwind, I think the boats want to play with the waves, but there's not enough wind for them to start planing, so you have to be very accurate with the steering on the waves and pick the right wave to accelerate and catch it.
Indeed. So 7 to 8 knots. Are we expecting the breeze to build today, or do you think this is pretty much we've got what we're going to get?
You know what? To be honest, I've seen forecasts with more like 10 to 12 knots, and it started to fill in. So let's see if the breeze will get stronger. But also yesterday, I think many of the teams were surprised that we had this drop of wind for the second race. So yeah, I think we might be a day of surprises, Andy.
Indeed, a day to expect the unexpected, and as Ado Stead, really it's all about consistency, and everybody has to say well. A couple of teams underperforming yesterday were notably Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, at that 6th and 10th, so they really need to come out firing on all cylinders. Perhaps push the risk a little bit more, but get off the start line, and that's not going to be as easy in this 7 to 8 knot breeze. As Louise said, just a little bit of chop on top of a kind of gentle swell left over from the stronger breezes over the first few days. We had some good breezes over the training days as well, and so that's going to be pretty tricky. We saw really both sides of the course paying yesterday. The left working both times initially for value in that first race, Gladiator in the second race. So it's a very, very complicated race course with lots going on. We've spoken at length to Ado Stead and to Andrea Vicentini in particular off sled, and really not much further forwards in terms of understanding the real idiosyncrasies of this race course, but certainly the current. There's a lot of wind shear in this breeze. And we have this mix between the gradient and the thermal breeze coming in. It's much cloudier today, much more humid. So not anticipating the sea breeze to come in as we have seen over recent days, or certainly the thermal enhancement over recent days. But it's going to be a fascinating day. We should manage to get 2 races away. We've had this initial delay. For those of you who are watching super carefully, you'll see we don't have Interlodge today. Unfortunately, had a technical problem on the dock, which is not allowing them to go racing. Certainly not in this first race. They may get out for the second, but let's keep our eyes out for them, and hopefully they can get themselves sorted out. A very, very popular local team, Austin and Gwen Fragman's Interlodge, instrumental in bringing the 52 Super Series here. Austin, a leading member of the Newyork Yacht Club, and as much as anything, I'm sure he really wants to be out racing, having done so much to bring the regatta here, this World Championship. Second time we've been in the US, but the first time sponsored by ROLEX, who joined us first in 2017. So we're a minute 20 seconds before the start, on board with Value. Just listening to the instructions from Nick Rogers. Counting down to the helmsman Don Whitcraft. Overhead shot now. There's Gladiator shaping up to be potentially the most left-hand boat. Top end of the line we have Phoenix. Sled also starting towards the right end of the line, Alpha Plus, Phoenix and Value. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Value more towards the right this time. Well, as usual then, almost as usual, Quantum and Platoon lining up side by side in the middle of the line. Quite a relatively sedate start compared to yesterday's 12 to 14 knots. Speed build for Allegri looks quite nice. Gladiator on the pin end of the line. Gigi Parada, one of the best starters in the fleet, getting all clear. So a repeat performance from Gladiator, certainly in terms of the start. Next to windward there is Allegri. Gladiator getting the initial advantage. Pat Breck not quite so good off the line. Good start there. Middle of our picture is Platoon Aviation. Platoon Aviation sailing slightly higher, potentially got the legs on Pat Breck. But really Gladiator winning the start. On board then quickly with Gigi Parada, then the helmsman. Look at that, look how they've got a little bit of a height and sailing away from Allegri for the meantime. Second to best, I think, is Platoon going well. Allegri having to sail low. They don't want to end up tacking out of that corner. They want the left, and then they're going to stay with the breezes at 235, I think, was the wind angle. So a little bit of left off where we were yesterday. So I wonder if we have Louise. A good start from Gladiator. Louise, no, we're not having Louise for the meantime, but a good start from Gladiator nonetheless. Value, Alpha Plus and Sled out on that right side. Seem to have the early advantage. So that is an advantage is swinging to and fro between Value on the right and Gladiator on this left. Back on board with Platoon Aviation. Vasco standing up, the tactician, just watching the angles. Pat Breck having to tack out from underneath Platoon, trying to find a lane of clear air. Quantum not good either off the start line, just didn't have the speed. However, they are third or fourth on the early leaderboard. So this is race number 3 of the ROLEX TP52 World Championship here in Newport. A little bit grayer than yesterday. We had some good sunshine, but it's still relatively early in the afternoon. Hopefully this cloud may open up. But interesting to hear Will Ryan's weather forecast, just saying we're expecting a little front during the afternoon, potentially with some rain. So Quantum then tacking out towards the right. For me, Platoon going well at the moment. Seem to have good pace in this kind of relatively light conditions. Platoon 5th after day 1 with their 7th and a 3rd yesterday. A little bit unlucky with that 7th. They really were going quite well in the early part of the race. Just one of the boats that lost out to the advances of Sled. and to a certain extent Quantum on that second beat. So just watching as I think as Ross Halper there comes in on the jib as they just drop a couple of degrees to go behind Sled, I think. Value, I beg your pardon. I think the breeze much more unsettled this time. Clearly a few shifts around as we see Quantum getting a nice little lefty. They seem to be going quite well on that right side of the track just now. How far they're going to want to go out there, I'm not quite sure, but in some senses similar to yesterday. We had Sled way out on the right. There were 2 or 3 boats out on the right early on the first upwind, and Value on the left. This time it's Quantum out on the right and Gladiator on the left. Gladiator much the same speed as Quantum just now. The platoon settled down after their attack, coming back on starboard. This is really just kind of the opposite of what Ado Stead was saying yesterday in his interview, saying that really wanted to minimise the number of manoeuvres. Well, in this breeze, which appears to be shifting around quite a lot, it's a lot of move and counter move, trying to keep clear air in the middle of the course. Listening to Chris Hosking there, just telling Guillermo Parada, the helmsman, what he's thinking. They're just looking at the cross with platoon, I think. And indeed platoon tacking across, but way out on that right side, where they were just talking about the boats in the middle of the course having to make more tacks. The opposite of that just now is Quantum out on that right side, letting the boat do the work, as Ado Stead was saying yesterday. Minimise the number of manoeuvres, keep the boat trucking. Alpha Plus very much in the mix. They had a really solid opening day for them yesterday, 2 5th places. But as I was saying yesterday, Alpha Plus have made a few little crew changes, going for some 1 or 2 younger sailors, not trying not to rely so much on the old guard, as it were, just because they want to give some opportunities to the future for their sailors from home. And anyway, they're going pretty well just now with Tom Burton, Olympic Ilka 7 gold medalist, as tactician.
Hold on a second.
But really, the balance is still between the extreme left, extreme right. And the helmsman there is this young Leo Takahashi from New Zealand. Somebody we really need to catch up with in the coming days and learn a little bit more about this Alpha Plus project. Back on board with the race leader, who lie 4th overall. So breeze is up a little bit. We can see everyone pretty much at max height. For sure, the advantage line changing all the time between the left and right. Middle right seems to be working for platoon in the meantime. A minute ago we were talking about Alpha Plus having an advantage out on that right side. Breeze clearly moving slightly to the left, as I've seen often on this top third of the beat, and that's working all the time for Gladiator. Allegra invested in this left. So there we go, Bowman, Doogie on platoon aviation going down to set up the Jenniker. It's going to be fascinating around this windward mark. There's a few of our interviewees since yesterday all saying that every time we've been getting to windward mark, everybody's overlapped. There's so little in it. It may be a little bit, the difference was yesterday Gladiator were quite clear ahead round the top mark. But it's great to see the fleet so mixed up in terms of the big teams, the smaller teams, the teams with big resources, and the those with a little bit less. It has to be such a great advert for the fleet at that time, or at this time. As you can see, Value holding their own at the moment in third. But Louise, and things looking pretty good for Gladiator, for Tony Langley's British team. First in the second race yesterday and holding the lead.
And yes, I really like the start of Gladiator, and then they just seem to go a little bit faster and higher than the other boats. Now we should see how they get you into this upwind mark. They're coming on port, so they're not right of way. They need to avoid the other boats on starboard. But for me, it looks like that they're pretty far ahead already, so it might be an easy game for them to get inside the upward mark.
And things looking a little bit better for the platoon team. I think reasonably comfortable in second, or no, actually quite close with Value. They would be our contenders for second and third just now. Platoon going to get out to the starboard tack ley line. And as we speak, just going into their tack.
We have a bit more wind now. I would say we almost have 10 knots, so beautiful conditions out here in Newport for the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. And look how fast these boats are going. I mean, I'm used to the 470, I understand, but these boats are going really fast already in this breeze. I really like to watch them sailing. And now Gladiator is getting almost in the zone. They're passing the mark just below the weather mark, and they seem comfortably in front, Andy.
They do. Just looking at the skies a little bit, it seems to be the greyness is opening up. The clouds are opening up slightly, maybe getting a little hint of sunshine. And Gladiator just passing that little protector mark, but they really are quite comfortable.
Seems like we have a repetition of yesterday with working the left side so well and starting at the pin. So Tony Langley really wanted to repeat his game here and is going around in the upwind mark, probably in first position.
Indeed. Just it's going to be interesting to see the kind of mid-fleet positions. I think Stead quite far to the left, having to come in on port. Value as well. Platoon having to make one little hitch. Shouldn't cost them too much, just get into clear air. Anyway, Gladiator round in first place. A little bit of a copy-paste from yesterday. Then coming second round is Value. Our team from Thailand, winners of the XS Regatta last month. And then Platoon round in a very useful third place. Paprec, well, we saw Paprec up in fourth a couple of times yesterday. Definitely Loic Perron loving this inshore Grand Prix racing. And next round is Allegre. So Louise, the fleet just a little bit more spread out this time in this a lighter breeze. It's more unsettled, I think, shiftier.
Yes, definitely, but I'm surprised Allegre managed to come back so strong. Do you remember at the start they had to go leeward of Gladiator, kept all the way, going to the left corner, tacked on the ley line a couple of times, and now they're back in the mix of the fleet. What a great comeback from Allegre here.
Indeed, gets them in the mix.
For me, it seems like the left side is working again as yesterday. So the boats who started well as Gladiator, Value and Platoon, and who could hold their lane, do their own mode, sail fast, are now in the top three. And now it's about for them to sail these big waves on the downwind. It's pretty wavy out here. You can see the kites are flapping. This is when the wave accelerates the boat, so the grinders need to grind fast to take the sheet in again to avoid that kite flapping.
And the regatta leaders round in eighth, unfortunately. Alpha Plus. I mean, in essence, that, as I've seen before, that right looking good for a while, and in the end it's the left and the middle left that comes in, coming into the top. But as Louise saying, just kind of a little bit sloppy with these waves, make it really hard for the trimmers and the helmsman. You really have to be perfectly coordinated, keeping the bow up to increase the speed, and you use the little waves, and then coming down where you can. You really have to keep the boat powered up and moving in this bouncy conditions.
We have these great onboard pictures at the moment from Gladiator, and here you can see there will be a lot of communication going on between the helm and the downwind trimmer. You have people in front of the boat moving accordingly to the heel of the boat because they want to press down the boat on the wave when they accelerate. And then you have the upwind trimmer who is trimming the first sail, the stay sail. This is a little sail they pull up for the downwind, and this also needs to get trimmed accordingly. So a lot going on now on these boats just to make the boat going fast.
That's right, and just as you say, it's such little fine movements, and you have to stay coordinated between the trimmer and the helmsman. The trimmer is telling the helmsman what he's feeling in the kite sheet, and as it starts to soften, it starts to ease, then the helmsman will bring the bow up a little bit. It's all about keeping the kite filling and at max power without sailing too high and sailing more distance. But clearly Gladiator doing a very, very good job in that area. I think opening out a little bit of distance on Value perhaps, Louise?
Yes, it looks like that Gladiator is just going in a bit of faster mode than Value, so they make their gain even bigger here. And yes, what a difficult conditions here for the downwind, it looks like. It's really about the finesse now you need, and really, yeah, difficult conditions. You need a lot of experience as well to sail fast. Look at your targets. These boats have instruments on their masts where they can see their boat speed and their angle, and they all have targets for that. So a lot of experience needed here at the moment to sail that boat pretty fast.
And indeed that's one of the strengths that Gladiator have with Gigi Parada, always been one of the best helmsmen in the fleet. And in conditions like this, that's where the benefit. So in the meantime, there's our projected standings. If the position stayed the same through to the finish, then Value would be leading the regatta from Gladiator, and Sled would drop to third, but there's a long way to go. We're just on this first downwind. I think 3 boats clearly going out to the right. Phoenix being one of them. Hasso and Tina Plattner, tactician Ed Baird, Cameron Dunn, the strategist. Sled also having a look out to the left, looking for more pressure. And so Alpha Plus, but 1, 2, 3 just now. Gladiator, Value, Platoon.
Okay, let's start heading to the
And now a lot of boats have jibed now to go in direction of the gate. You want to avoid maneuvers in these wavy conditions like big sea state, light winds, because they just slow you down so much. So boats mostly want to jibe on ley lines here, but still want to make sure they have clear wind when they go then downwind. And now the boats we see here on the right side, they're on the fast jibe. That means they are more aligned with the wave direction. So this is now when the boats here on port will make all their meters and the very big gains. But to be honest, it looks like a difficult racetrack again. For me, it would be difficult to identify the gain or where the gain can be made. So it's hard to pass boats in these conditions, Andy.
It is indeed. It's all about just keeping the boat moving, keeping the crew weight low. But all credit to Value. In actual fact, that time they started more towards the committee boat end of the line. And so clearly they have speed in these lighter conditions as well, going well. And as we said yesterday, Nick Rogers back as tactician, missed the victory last month. However, clearly doing a pretty good job. And I think one of the key things that are obvious in this fleet now, you know, so many times the kind of cliche used to be was it was all about picking off boats and taking boats and always moving forward in the fleet if you had a poor first round, and that is just not possible. It's not. There are no weak boats. There's no easy passes. So just Gigi Parada then talking to Tony, just asking him what he feels for the which mark do they want to go round at the leeward gate, and how he feels they want to approach the upwind. But once again, their lead is over 150 metres, as it was yesterday. Interesting then, talking with Ado Stead, one of the most experienced sailors in the fleet, goes way back to the earliest days of the TP52s, but just asking about new boats. Well, Gladiator, of course, was formerly Allegre, and Gigi Parada, I think in particular, and Tony have always liked the boat as having good potential, and clearly they're showing that now, particularly in these conditions. Great shot, just seeing the leeward gate just in front.
Our race course today is so far outside. We are the most far outside race course area. There are two more race course areas more inside to the shore, because we are part of the 170th annual regatta of the New York Yacht Club as well, Andy.
That's right, also supported by ROLEX, I believe. So we're like it was last month, we're part of one of their main regattas of the season. Bruno's really then the navigator, coming back and just talking to Tony, saying what he feels the breeze is doing, which of the leeward gate marks has perhaps got a little bit of bias. Tony saying I think they're going right. It's such a unique thing in Grand Prix sailing, having the owner calling tactics. But clearly working for them just now. We asked Tony what he likes most about Newport, and he said everything. He absolutely loves it here. Maybe Vayu pulled in a few metres. Platoon in third as we approach the leeward mark. There we go, leeward gate and Gladiator on top comfortably. Platoon nicely positioned in third. They have quite a bit of distance back to Paprec. Once again, no Quantum ending up quite deep in the fleet, as indeed our sled. So going to opposite marks, and the Gladiator on the left mark looking upwind, as you might expect, considering how well they went from the pit end of the line and up the left side of the track. Vayu going onto the right mark, as much I think as to have some separation and sail their own lane. As well they might, they have quite a bit of distance to Platoon. So these two boats well out in front. You can imagine that potentially They should finish first and second. And also looking at Platoon, this race shaking out fairly quickly in this gentle shifty breeze. Look at the little waves on that leeward gate mark. Nice rounding from the Platoon team. Coming in wide on the mark, tight out of it. You want to give nothing away in terms of distance. And looking at Patrick coming into the mark. So quite a tight mark rounding here. Patrick trying to get round ahead of Allegra, I think it is. Closing the door on the team which were lying second. So Patrick getting, I think, really getting better and better this season. You can see the owner on the back of the boat there, Jean-Luc Petit-Huguenin. Such a big supporter of sailing in France as Allegra and Phoenix go round the mark on opposite marks. So Louise, Quantum Racing have some work to do.
Yes, Quantum Racing, I don't think they're very happy in where they are at the moment in the fleet. So now it's for the afterguard to look for opportunities to move forward. They try to find gain somewhere, but we already talked about it on the downwind. It's very difficult today to identify where the next gain will come from. So you can make some things up, but that sometimes just brings you even more back in the fleet. So quite difficult. I found it interesting that we had a split at the gate. So Gladiator went around the right gate and Vayu went around the other gate, and now then tacked back to go to the left. All the boats look pretty committed to go to that left side. So now we have the two top boats sailing in comfortable lanes to the left side, sailing fast. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's again about sailing fast to the left side and avoid maneuvers, how it worked now on the downwind and on the first upwind, Andy.
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting. You know, as I was saying, as Vayu went round the mark, they not under any immediate threat from Platoon, and so therefore why would they just follow Gladiator up the same side of the beat? But knowing that gain is on the left, they know it more than anyone. We wonder whether they try and come back at and keep a cover on Platoon. But Gladiator going really well. So too just watching Phoenix chipping away. It's one of the stock phrases of Cameron Dunn on the strategist on Phoenix. He had a 10 and a 6 yesterday. Overhead view of the Les Bleus, the French team. Paprec. Lying 7th, the 4th and an 8th. Really tussling with Paprec for 4th.
The French team is doing great. They only speak French on board, so they're a full French team. And they're all amateurs, except of the tactician. So that means they all fly back Saturday night after the event, have one day of rest, arrive Sunday morning and start Monday with their jobs. So some of them are teachers, some of them work in companies. And for me, they're a really nice team. I really like that they speak French on board and that they're all from one nation. That's a strong spirit.
Indeed, and they're very proud. They've been in the fleet for a long time, but going back, they used to do the Commodore's Cup, and I think they came together and did the last ever Admiral's Cup. So a team with a long history, used to mainly race offshore. And Loic Perron, the tactician. say his first season really inshore Grand Prix racing in monohulls. He'd done pretty much everything else in offshore and ocean racing, the Vendée Globe, the Route de Rome, won the Route de Rome solo on the giant Ultime Banque Populaire. Trophy Jules Verne, the raced the lake boats on Lake Geneva, raced the Moth, did the America's Cup on the Alinghi catamaran. But now I think he's 67, I think, and he's just loving it.
So we see a quite big split now in this fleet. We have Gladiator comfortably leading here out to the left side, sailing fast, sailing their own mode. And then we have Phoenix at the right side. They went after the gate, sailed to the right side. So let's see if they will make some gains there. I mean, most of the boats now want to pass other boats. We've heard yesterday from Hamburger, Speer from Platoon that they will be happy with the 3rd or 5th place. So I think a lot of boats are looking for this position to have a consistent race series. And let's see how they will come back at the upwind mark, Andy.
Indeed, but Gladiator well clear, working this left side. I think watching Phoenix, maybe a little bit of a transient gain out on that right side, but we see them up to 3rd on the tracker. Now whether that stays will be all about whether the shift out on that right side is consistent.
So now Gladiator tacked on port. They're already close to the upwind ley line. They will come across now with Vayu, where we can get the first impression of did they actually gain even more meters? So is their lead even bigger, or did Vayu was able to catch up some meters?
But huge credit to Vayu then. They're really sailing well, and although Palm Green pre-regatta was saying they had no expectations to just pick up where they left off, they seem to be managing to do that. And so much of this, of course, is about confidence as well, in terms of where you're prepared to position yourself on the race course, who you're prepared to go up against. And for sure, teams are looking at Vayu with renewed respect, I think. But great to see them also pushing on and giving experience to young sailors from Asia. They certainly have closed down some distance on Gladiator, more than half their lead. Gladiator certainly slightly lighter. Look how Gladiator, the crew, are off the rail for the meantime.
Yes, it looks like that they made some gains on Gladiator. Gladiator is still in front by quite good lead, but Vayu definitely made some gains. And I just think it's amazing. They have a family racing on board. They're owning Vayu, and Don, the son, is helming the boat. He's coming from the 49er. I know him from the 49er sailing. We've met in a couple of competitions. He sailed with his brother together and campaigned for Thailand, and now he's helming this boat in these difficult conditions and is doing great. And then we have the Madame Ali, he's doing the runners, and I talked with her this morning, and it's such a physical job, this runners, and she's the only female sailor in this fleet who's doing the runners, and she needs to put up to 8 to 10 tons grinding herself on these runners. So what a great team as well.
What a great team. I love the I'm repeating the story again, but I love the story when Brendan, the boat captain from Quantum Racing, obviously they're all powered by Quantum, Brendan went for dinner with them and they had this discussion about who was filling the dishwasher at night, which is something which is so much the polar opposite of the Quantum team. But you know, family that sails together, sticks together, and they're having such a good experience. In essence, two families. You've got Kevin and Dawn, so brothers, cousins, but also it's a team, very much a team game. Nick Rogers and Tom Green go way back to racing, I think potentially racing optimists way back in the very beginning in Lymington. They've been friends ever since then, sailed a 470 together at one point, I think after Nick's second games, and they gave it a go. But so that right side giving something to Phoenix, potentially. Quantum made a little bit of a gain. But I think just in terms of wind pressure, the left side not quite as strong as there's the breeze out on the right. Just looking on board now with Allegra then. Everybody keeping the weight right down. Francesco Mongelli, the navigator, keeping the centre of gravity low, keeping the windage down. Mainsail trimmer there, Noel Drennan, I think.
A little when that wave comes through.
Allegro is pretty much already on the left ley line, so for them there are no more options actually they can do onto the upward mark rather than sailing fast and full focus on their speed. So it will be a lot between the main trimmer now, the helm, and also the upwind trimmer. They're all working together, adjusting the sails, and there's so much going on just on a straight line on these boats. So you always trim the sails to the wind. The wind is quite stable, but there's still some small gusts. And then you also have the crew who's moving the weight on the boat, depend on if there's a gust or a lull. So they're pretty much full on and try to make meters here good on the other boats.
That's right. So much of this kind of racing is about having good eyes for the breeze where the wind is stronger and where it's lighter, and avoiding the quieter patches, particularly when it's kind of this overcast conditions. You don't see the darker patches as distinctly as you do when there's sun and cloud. But Gladiator having led this race all the way round. Coming up to the windward mark for the second time.
Andy, you're so right. I think it's the job of the strategist who's then trying to spot the wind. But if I look upwind here from the whip, I just see a grey kind of water because it's so overcast and some glitter, but it's really difficult to see more wind on one side or on the other side. So Sled now in 9th position. I think that's not really where they want to be, and so tough to make a decision here what to do. Are you just splitting from the others to hope for a gain, Do you actually wait until you see your next gain coming? Really hard conditions out here, I would say. Not easy.
Not easy, and unfortunately, in some senses, what Ado Stead was warning against, just saying that 1 minute you're the heroes and next minute the zeros and then the heroes again. But it's all about trying to be consistent over the entire regatta. Like he said, you can't afford to have a bad day if you want to win the world title. And really, Gladiator had the 9th in that first race, but the first in the second race yesterday, and looking like they are on course for another first, although value really, when you consider their lead, our Gladiator's lead was at one point over nearly 200 metres. Value much closer, but we'll see as they come round the weather mark. But breeze much lighter, Louise. I think we probably had just on 10 knots at the top mark. First time up, probably looking like it might be 7 knots just now, maybe even less.
Yes, I agree with you, Andy. The wind has just dropped again, and I think that also describes the day. And the Gladiator and Value made it more simple for them. They had a free lane going to the left, but yes, now they're at the upwind mark.
But we can just see clearly some right hand in the breeze. I think looking at Gladiator's ley line into the top mark, they're certainly not tight on the mark. Got a little bit in the bank there. So too Value. Maybe the chance for somebody to under attack and come in low, but it's real much slower, more finesse, as you were talking about earlier on. Quantum, we can see coming in on the starboard tack ley line. Phoenix will come in into that lineup along with Paprick on their weather hip. Phoenix will have to wait for Paprick to tack. Paprick will want to make sure their ley line is comfortable without giving anything away in these light conditions. You don't want to be starved of breeze, starved of speed coming round the top mark. But Gladiator round with their comfortable lead. Value in second. And then quite a big gap. Looking to me like actually could well be the case that Paprick sneak through for third. We're just watching it. What's happening in the background there? Yeah, Paprick get into the key inside position, but look at the overlap there. Cedric Chateau, the helmsman, what the French would call a real polyvalent all-rounder. Races class 40s offshore and across oceans, but he's also a very accomplished match racer in his own right. One of the best in France. But they get round with that third place. Phoenix get themselves up to fourth. Quantum sneak round ahead of Platoon. Now Platoon were third at the top mark. It's unfortunately going backwards slightly. And I think it will irk them more than anything to have lost Quantum. But still a nice run to go. Plenty is going to happen on this run, I'm sure. We'll see some close finishes. And maybe our wonderful geeks at the Geo Racing could give us a little look at the projected standings. Give them a couple of seconds to put their sweets down. They're just coming around the mark. I'm just being rude to our superstars from the Geo Racing who do all the tracking. But they'll show us in a few seconds. But there we go. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Gladiator on top with the Value second. Pretty light conditions still, probably 7.5 knots of breeze coming down. Yeah, Value would lead on 11 points, Gladiator 11, Sled 11, Allegra 15, Platoon 8, 15. I mean, it's super close. You know, there's 4 points separating the top 6 boats. 5 points separating the top 6 boats at this point on race 3. It's not the fastest and most exciting racing we've seen this season, but these guys are doing a fantastic job in these difficult conditions. As we can see, places changing all the time.
On the tracker we see that Quantum Racing and Allegra are the only 2 boats that jibed out. Quantum Racing on the second upwind actually made some gains over the right side together with Phoenix. So Victor Diaz de Leon, the tactician, and Nevins Snow, the strategist, they might think, well, we can maybe make these gains again for the final downwind. And then we have Platoon rounding with them together at the same time. The upwind mark, they just went for a straight set and continued. But now they also roll into a jibe. So I think this is just because they want to create some options. Now with the wind dropping to like 7 knots, there might be again some more options because you can sail into a hole and the other side might get some more wind. And it's really difficult to see fresh wind coming in. So I think, yeah, the finish will be exciting. There's nothing set yet, and let's see what will happen. Value and Gladiator are quite extended, but even them, you know, the wind is unstable out here. We will need to wait until the finish.
Indeed we will, but meantime, credit to Paprec and Phoenix, 3rd and 4th. I see some little bit of a gain perhaps to Quantum out on that left side, just looking at the kind of geometry of the course. Platoon jibe as of Alpha Plus.
Find these the most difficult conditions for sailing. Like, I used to call it headache sailing because things are just happening and you don't really understand why it exactly happened, and it's so, you have to focus so much to understand what you want to do next. But big credits to Gladiator and Value here as well, who just make it look easy and are extending more and more, as I can see on the tracker.
You can certainly see on Value there just the team number of sailors up in the front of the boat, lifting the stern out, reducing the drag as they go into jibe, trying to stay inside Gladiator's line. They look to be...
Value jibed in a really nice position, just on top of Gladiator. So if they will get now a bit more of breeze, and they will get this breeze before Gladiator is getting this breeze, they can maybe disturb the wind of Gladiator and make even more gains.
Indeed, they seem to have come into some nice pressure on that jibe. Just see the kite eased and trying to accelerate and pull back at Gladiator. The camera angle obviously foreshortens the distance between them.
We are going down here on the side with Gladiator and Vayu, and it's really light down here. I would say maybe only just 5 knots down here. And I can see a bit more grey on the other side of the downwind. So when Quantum Racing is driving back, maybe we can see that they gained. It just looks a bit fresher there. So let's wait for their drive.
Certainly on the tracker showing a gain to Quantum out on that left. And again that they could well do with 5 and a 10 yesterday. Unlucky to just lose a couple of boats at the finish line of race 2 yesterday. But in saying that, they were already in 8th, and so they're in a tough spot then anyway. So anyway, on board with the platoon. Platoon tussling with their long-time rivals Quantum. You can see Harm now standing.
We have Javi here, the downwind trimmer.
Go on, Louise.
Standing in the boat and trimming that kite, speaking a lot with Harm together, speaking about the mode, when to bear away, when to come up again. And Vasco sitting leeward, so he can see below the kite what is happening, what are the boats doing. And he will probably observe and check out with Jordi Calafat together what is the next right thing to do here.
Indeed, just watching the breeze. Jordi is very, very strong at reading the breeze. And they have a great relationship now, Vasco and Jordi. Nice overhead there with Gladiator and Vayu. And just see Gladiator managing to sail very slightly deeper, I think. But in terms of distance to the finish line, Gladiator closer by about 100 metres, but that could change very quickly if there's any pressure comes in from the high right of the course looking upwind. So maximum concentration for the Gladiator team, for Guigi Parada on the helm. A long-time navigator, Bruno Cirilli. So as ever, if you have any questions, any observations, stick them in our social media channels and we'll try and get them answered over the course of today. A little bit of information where we're going next season. We're going back to Saint-Tropez, we're going back to Bayona, returning to Cascais for the World Championship, which should be great. Fantastic venue. We had one of the leading organisers from Cascais with us here. He said that this week in Cascais, average wind speed was 23, 24 knots, up to 25 at times. So although we're going to be there at this time next year in the height of summer, those Portuguese trade winds pumping at the moment, and hopefully we'll get that next year.
So as you could see on the tracker, we just had a cross from Quantum Racing and Platoon. They rounded together the upwind mark, and now Quantum could cross in front. So they made some gains on their downwind side. They made some meters, they got closer, they already passed the boat, that will help them a lot to move forward in their positioning. So let's see if they can catch even more boats. But it really looked like that there was a bit more breeze on the other side. So the opposite of what we've seen on the upwind. Difficult racing out here, Andy.
Difficult indeed. We see, as you said, Harmler Spear now standing just to get a better view of the sails, better view of the wind coming in, and a more direct feel on the tiller.
So Gladiator and Vayu have to do another jibe to get into the finish. They are getting now close to the finish ley line. Let's see who will jibe first. Will Gladiator turn first into the jibe or Vayu? When Vayu turns into a jibe, they get starboard boat, so then they get right of way boat. But I think Gladiator is enough of front, so Vayu can't get them anymore. Yeah, so they both roll into the jibe, and now they're on the ley line to the finish.
But for all the world, looking like a second win back-to-back for a Gladiator. And in fact, so far then, the race wins have been shared between the Vayu and Gladiator. Vayu won race 1, Gladiator race 2, and in a few seconds or so we'll see Gladiator coming through to get their second race win. But all credit then also to Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. They were down in 8th place at the windward mark, first time up. So credit to them. Chipping away as Terry Hutchison is fond of saying, and that's worked for them. They've been going forwards, and that should pull them up the leaderboard very slightly. So pretty testing conditions for this race 3 of the Rolex TP52 World Championship. Bow number 4 then. Just missed out on winning here last month. Only a couple of points in it. Coming through the line then, Gladiator. At the back for Tony Langley from Bruno Zerilli, the navigator. Gladiator then leading all the way around the course, starting on the left of the start line. Vayu through in second. As I said, this time they started more towards the committee boat, and Nick Rogers and Miles Seddon returning to the fold for this regatta, and the wheels still turning in the right direction. And Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, getting through for third, their best result this regatta. Remember, they started so well at the XS Trophy event and then struggled. Then coming through quite a distance behind Louise, actually, our platoon, considering how close they were at that top mark last time out, or last time up.
Yes, absolutely. So they were rounding together the upwind mark, and now they really made that comeback every boat is always dreaming about, because a third place coming from an 8th place on the upwind mark is definitely very strong in these conditions. So credit to their afterguard and their whole team to make that comeback. And here we had
Yeah.
a photo finish between Allegro and Alpha Plus.
And the same with Phoenix and Paprec. Paprec were in fourth at one point, but Allegra then just pipping Alpha Plus, or Phoenix, sorry. Allegra getting Phoenix, and then Paprec just behind. So it's Allegra, Phoenix, Paprec. I mean, Paprec fourth at the top mark, fourth all the way around, or third at the leeward gate, and then ending up with an eighth. That's pretty tough, but that's a reflection on that final run. Breeze much lighter, and clearly some more pressure out on the left. Just seeing Jean-Luc Petitjuganen there discussing it with Loic. Loic at the back of the boat with the baseball cap on. Jean-Luc, the owner of the Paprec program. So an eighth for them, and of course Interlodge not making the start, and in the end I think probably Sled coming in ninth. The regatta leaders in a long way back. I mean, that's pretty tough. So it should be between the Gladiator
Andy, what an exciting race it was.
Yeah,
We
wasn't
had
it?
so light conditions, but so big changes as well. And really, as I said, headache conditions. Like when the wind dropped, it just opened the game again. But Gladiator and Vayu made it look easy. They just repeated what they've done yesterday already in brilliant form, and they pulled off a win in the second place. Well done.
Indeed, Gladiators race really from the top mark. Always had enough of a lead along with Vayu, but a massive credit to the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic team getting out to the left on that final downwind. The afterguard sniffing out the extra breeze, getting through Quantum, and just as we said, considering that Quantum and Platoon were pretty much overlapped at that top mark, indeed so were Paprec. Paprec were, all three boats are alongside each other. That really shows you how difficult, how fickle the conditions were coming down that final run. And the breeze certainly has lightened off. Now I'm going to wonder what our principal race officer Maria Torrijos is going to, what's her plan? Whether she's going to wait and see whether the thermal enhancement, whether there's some more breeze comes in the next period, or whether she just decides to keep going while we still have breeze. She has the best of weather information. She has from the different teams, as well as from the New York Yacht Club's experts. But Gladiator showing great form, as our Vayu, and a tough one for Sled, and also to a certain extent Allegra. But the leaderboard's going to be interesting, super close, as it always seems to be in this 52 Super Series at this stage, considering we're approaching what we would call the midpoint of the season, either today or tomorrow, depending on whether you count the number of days or the number of races. We're still pretty light on races compared to what we might have hoped for. We lost races in Palma at the end of April, beginning of May, and we lost races here last month. So just watching the Phoenix chase boat going alongside, ready to bring, I think, Hasso Plattner off and swap in Tina Plattner You can just see Tina getting on board. So there's the standings. Well, there you go. Vayu then leading by a single point over Gladiator. Sled dropping from first to third. Allegra in fourth. Platoon Aviation in fifth. Alpha Plus in sixth on 15. Really very little in it at the moment. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic moving up to seventh by virtue of that third place. Paprec in eighth. Phoenix in ninth, and Interlodge not able to race, therefore getting number of starters +1. So they're in 10th. So that's us for the moment. Race 3 done and dusted. Breeze is still pretty light. We're going to wait and see what happens, and we'll take a short break and join us for the second race of the day, hopefully in a short period. We'll see you then.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our two flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60, built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember.
Quantum racing is back at the top of the world. ROLEX TP52 World Champion.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Welcome back to Newport, Rhode Island. Light conditions on the water for the second race of the day for the ROLEX TP52 World Championship, Day 2. Race 3 has just been completed with a race win for Gladiator, Value in second place, and in the overall standings, Value winners here last month, a dream win for them of the XS Trophy, second regatta of the season. And they're now on top of the leaderboard by a single point ahead of Gladiator, who were second at that regatta. Interestingly enough, then, a first and second, a repeat at the moment. That's the standings. Louise, how's it looking? I think we've got about 7 knots of breeze on the start line. Still quite wavy, quite sloppy.
Andy, it's a bit more fresh. Finally some wind again. It was really hot and humid out here. The wind shifted left about 20 degrees, so now we have wind from 207 knots, but it looks like it might get a bit more again. And we've just seen some last-minute say changes of a lot of teams. I think nobody really knows or wanted to decide at last minute for what setup they will go with their sails. And we've also seen all the strategists of the boats climbing up the mast to have a better view over the racetrack. So they put a trapeze on, and then somebody pulls them up the mast. They go about to the half height of the mast, and they can see the wind on the race course and have a better overview. That's very interesting. They try to understand here where they should start, what side they should try to sail over, and it's pretty wavy out here. So that would be not something for me, going so high and get checked around. I hope they all know what they want to do now. For me, being here on the rip, it just looks the same like the race before. Very unstable conditions still, but good enough to sail in, and I think we can expect another exciting race.
I think it'll be quite exciting, but it will be a lot to do with the start line, finding and keeping clear air. Certainly on this first upwind, I don't imagine that the left will be quite as strong as we've seen so far, so whether that will continue to be the paying side of the course. We saw a little bit more wind pressure on the left of that last downwind, the right of this upwind. But the team which has read it best these last 2 races has been Tony Langley's Gladiator team. Whether they can pull off a 3rd race win in a row, whether Value continued to be consistent, and whether Sled can pull back after that 9th place. Going from, as Ado Stead this morning, it's so easy to go from heroes to zeros, and unfortunately that was a 9th for them. Drops them down to 3rd on the leaderboard, but still very, very much in touch with the top, only 3 points behind the regatta leaders. And still waiting to see some of the what you might call the big teams, the big dogs, the big guns winning races at this regatta. We're looking for a Quantum or a Platoon, or whether they can get off the line and impose themselves. So we're at 1 minute before the start of this 4th race of these 2024 ROLEX TP52 World Championship. Gladiator looking to be still, by the looks of things, most leftmost boat. Quantum forward off the boats to weather. Looks a little bit of a scrappy start. Certainly not everybody lined up as evenly as you might expect. Last 20 seconds we look to be quite line shy. Maybe. Conditions really quite light by the looks of things. Gladiator building speed now. Gladiator building speed now. All clear, not just all clear, but some boats well back from the line. I wonder whether there's a little bit more current on the line than we perhaps expected. Certainly Paprec well back. I think Phoenix looking quite decent at the top of the line. Good start this time from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, although they have Gladiator below them and trying to rise up a little bit. It's a pretty solid start from Phoenix, just looking at the way things are shaking out. Value just a little bit back from Quantum and potentially going to end up in the traffic. A good start, Louise, from Gladiator once again.
Yes, Gladiator at the pin end is probably just trying to copy and paste again their winning plan that already made them win race number 2 and race number 3. Let's see how race number 4 goes with that plan. Wind is a bit more left than in the races before, so let's see if we still have this big gain on the left side. And also Vario is here on the left and started third boat from the pin end. So also they had a winning plan with this left side and start close to the pin end. And surprisingly, we also see Quantum Racing here on the left side started close to the pin end. They usually start more in the middle of the line, but they had a great gap to leeward, and now they can say their own mode and go to the left side.
Alpha Plus going well out to the right. It's really about so much about boat speed coming off the line in these conditions. They're very light. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, looking like they're catching up on the Gladiator slightly. Look at all the teams inside the boat, or inside the cockpit.
But it is still pretty light out here. I think now the boats here from the left, you can see on the screen, they are not in a lot of wind, under 7 knots I would say. It's a very light wind for them at the moment. A lot of the crew members are sitting leeward of the boat. So let's see if the wind will come in again from one of the edges, one of the outsides. Is it the left side? Is it the right side? Very hard to tell at the moment.
Very hard to tell. We're on board with Allegra, just seeing how the crew move about, keeping low. Francesco Mangelli, the navigator, going down inside the boat. Keep the centre of gravity super low. Will Ryan, they are just kneeling and watching the breeze. He has the advantage of being slightly taller and still having a good vantage point when he's kneeling down. And these are the legs of Nick Asher, unless I'm very much mistaken, who's the tactician. Double 470.
You see Nick Asher and Will Ryan talking a lot to each other here. They both come, as you just said, from the 470 sailing. Nick Asher, double world champion, and Will Ryan, 5 times world champion and double Olympic medalist. So they do have a lot of experience, but it's not easy in these conditions. They will try to make a plan here, understand where the wind will come from next, and understand what opportunities they have being in the middle of the fleet, kind of.
Indeed, just watching how things are playing out just now, we have just seeing a little bit more of that swell, just making it more difficult in these light upwind conditions. Pretty much a split in the fleet with 4 boats coming to the left. We've got Gladiator, Quantum, Vayu and Phoenix coming left. Platoon, Allegra, Sled and Paprec and Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus way out on that right side. Sean and Tina Kang's boat from Hong Kong. Tactician is Olympic gold medalist Tom Burton. Joined the programme at the latter end of last season. Sled also going well in the early stages of this second race of the day. A big split then between Alpha Plus way out on that right side, Gladiator more on the left. Who's going to win at the top mark? Who's going to be first up there? Once again, it's about minimising the manoeuvres. Just looking at it, that right side looks a little bit better. The Gladiator moving quite nicely. Six guys in the cockpit for the moment. Not done so much sailing this season in these kind of conditions. Interesting that Gladiator really settled now to just keep the wheels all the time.
So Gladiator is setting up for attack. They also now want to follow the fleet to the right side. I'm here on the left side with Gladiator. The wind is really light here and you can see a bit more grey, darker patches towards the right side. So maybe Alpha Plus, with making this big split to the right side, has a bit better breeze and can come in quite strong. We will see at the end. I think we also need to be super open here and flexible as the wind is changing all the time. But Gladiator looks very fast. They just have a bit faster and higher mode. They had this nice mode out of the start on starboard, where they then had to make quantum racing tag out because they couldn't hold their lane. So they just might seem a little bit faster and higher in these conditions. Exactly what you want and what you need to win a race in these super tricky and light conditions where it's just about sail fast and avoid maneuvers.
Indeed, just looking at where Alpha Plus are, if they can get across from that right side in pressure, they could do well, but a few degrees here and there with that amount of separation, things can change very quickly for Alpha Plus and indeed Gladiator. Sled going quite nicely, 3 boats from the left side looking upwind.
Conditions, as a tactician and as a strategist, I was always look or try to find a trade-off between going extreme to one side where the pressure fills in first, so you would have an advantage there, but you also have less options than sailing in the middle where you can play a little bit more, but you don't get the pressure first. So it's really always about finding this trade-off between managing these two things. And then you also want to avoid maneuvers, so a lot to do here for the people on board. But if I look at the onboard shots of Alpha Plus, Andy, I also don't see a lot of wind on their side. It's just very light out here as well. I see Gladiator only sitting 3 people in windward. I wonder if the rest of the fleet is below the deck. It's very hot and humid out here, so imagine how hot is it there below the deck. If you're sitting there now, try to heel the boat, get the max speed of the boat in these conditions, Andy.
Indeed, just wondering whether Alpha Plus can get back from that right side. Gladiator gaining on the left in the meantime, just in terms of leverage on the boats on the right. A few degrees, a couple of degrees of lift for them can make all the difference. But look at the separation we're seeing in the aerial shots is really, really significant for a beat of this length. The World Championship is all about winning in all different types of conditions. That was what we were saying in our pre-regatta media messages. We were saying that Newport will deliver a good range of conditions, and at the moment we're at the very lighter end of the wind racing spectrum. Just watching Guille Parada's technique steering the boat, really minimising the use of the rudder, but just keeping the boat moving over the waves. Every time you use the rudder, it's effectively putting the brake on, but at the same time you have to just keep it on the best track through these little waves. And you can see the swell, just fairly gentle swell, but it's there nonetheless.
Yes, and how interesting is that on Gladiator? I think the helm is also doing the runner, if I've seen it right. So that's really because they can't have too many people out there on the deck at the moment because the wind is so light.
No, I think
that was really interesting to see.
I think it may be just helping Chris Hosking, but Chris Hosking, we're seeing, he's also got a great eyes for the breeze. He's one of the most experienced 52 sailors in the fleet. And a local, although he's an Aussie originally, he's lived in and around Newport for a long time.
So now we are more or less in the middle of the course. The boats from the right have tacked on starboard. They're on the ley line now. Not many options for them anymore. Maybe they can still do another more meters to the right side, but not a lot. So now it's for them to go fast and hope for the prey. No, pray for the cross. Sorry, pray for the cross. But it looks good. From my perspective out, it looks good for the boats from the right, Andy.
Indeed. Phoenix in that mix, considering they were quite well up in the previous race, but really ended up with a 7th. But as I said a few times, Tina Plattner very good at laser sharp concentration, the team tell me. And there you get we're just getting a quick shot of the platoon, and when you see the onboards, you'll see how far the main sheet is tracked up to windward. Here Jordi Calafat running the runners just now on platoon. Weight to leeward.
Yes, they really want to twist their sails. they really want to twist their sails here. There's such a big sea state, so they just want to make that boat go through the waves so that the wind can get grip in the sail, so they can move forward. It's very difficult in these conditions to still move forward. The wind is kind of not so strong and the wave is shaking the boat a little bit around, so it's difficult to steer in these conditions as well. And you just spoke about Tina Plattner before. She's the only female helmsman in this fleet of 10 boats, and I think that's just amazing. And I like to see these boats still racing in these light conditions because it's about this finesse and tight racing we still see here, relatively.
But things changing all the time. We saw, once again, we saw that right side good in the middle stages of this upwind, but the advantage swinging slightly to the left. We're seeing Gladiator, Phoenix and Quantum more to the right, or more to the left, and Alpha Plus, who were considered to be race leader at one point, now in 9th. We only have 9 boats racing today.
So we can get a first indicator here if the right side will cross the left side with Quantum Racing. Now they just tacked back onto starboard to go back to out to the left side to Gladiator. Phoenix will now make the cross with with Quantum. I think they're still crossing, so that might be that Gladiator will also cross these boats and look in a very strong position.
Just Quantum just ahead of, or Phoenix just crossing ahead of Quantum, holding second just now. Phoenix will tack on top of Quantum. Platoon just behind them in the picture.
Oh, that's maybe a little bit painful for Quantum Racing here, this tag from Phoenix. So yes, they have to tag out again. They had 2 bad wins from Phoenix, so there was a good move. Phoenix probably wanted to protect the left. Don't allow Quantum Racing to go any further to the left and put another maneuver in from then, what you really want to avoid in these conditions. So strong move by Phoenix. And I am already at upward mark with the rib, and I see more wind coming in here from the left. Let's see if this really goes down onto the boats. They're still a bit more down the race course than I am.
In the meantime, very close between Phoenix and Gladiator. Phoenix just sailing a little bit lower just now, keeping the speed up. But it seems like a relatively slow, long upwind leg. As long as slow as we've seen for quite some time. Just as I was just starting to wonder about that, this race has been abandoned. That's why we saw Phoenix bearing away. So unfortunately then race 4 has been abandoned. We're really at that point where we're starting to think about the time limit for the upwind, and it was a little bit random, so that race has been abandoned, and we're going to have to wait and see what the race committee decide to do. But there's certainly going to be a period of waiting. There's nothing happening very quickly, I don't think, Louise. There's no sign of new breeze coming in of any significant wind strength.
Not really. I'm here at the upwind mark, and we might have only 4 knots or even less. Big swell, so very difficult for these boats to sail in these conditions, and yeah, I think we have to wait.
Indeed, so then frustrating, disappointing in these situations when you're leading especially when you've had 2 wins and you're looking towards a third race, but racing has to be fair, it has to be equitable, and ideally in the 52s it also has to be fun. So that race has been abandoned. And I think the thing, probably the best thing for us to do is take a little bit of a break and see what happens.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our 2 flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60. Built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
Out of sync and out of touch, and maybe even out of love. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. Got me black and blue, making me wanna walk. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just what I
This is special. You like that? You feel that vibe all night. You know, I don't even really know where to begin because it seems like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean? One you, one special. No matter where you're from, all around the world, it's just, it's one unique, one special vibe.
it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked out those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay. I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic. So I drink till I can't stand, and you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay. She loves me, not the petals hit the floor.
racing a spec at the top of the world. ROLEX TP52 World Champion.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Welcome back to Newport, Rhode Island. It's been a little bit of a delay. We had second race of the day abandoned because the breeze was too light. But the good news from the race area is that we have a warning signal during the next minute and a half or so. In fact, the warning signal has gone. As we can see, breeze, I think about 6 to 8 knots. Louis Vanser, can you confirm the conditions have improved?
Andy, I'm out here, and yes, we had a delay, we had a little break, it was very, very hot, and then it started to get a bit colder, new wind came in, and we actually have just up to 10 knots, so it's got colder. I even might think about finally putting my jacket on. It has been so hot all day, but now we have this nice breeze coming in, and I'm very confident we can be finished this race. And I'm so excited to see these boats sailing again. They all had a last call again on their boat, on their sails. And we've seen the strategists again up in their masts. They were all looking for the wind, trying to understand what side they want to go on, what side they want to start on. Will the wind stay like this? Will it drop again? I think a lot of decisions to be made here on these boats in the last 10 minutes.
And did the breeze, I think, is round about 210. 6 to 8 knots. The breeze has gone left since the first race of the day. We started in 235, but reckon about 8 knots in the start line, maybe a little bit more. But it's never easy to have done half a race, as it were, and then it be abandoned, and then have to wait until the next start comes in. It is now 4:15 local time. And this presumably is the influence of this cold front that Will Ryan was talking about in the pre-race interviews. So maybe we'll see some different starting strategies. It's the left side's worked for Gladiator on board with regatta leaders Vayu. Just see the grinders there just keeping warm or warming up a little bit, warming up the muscles. So who would have expected them to be on the top of the table? No good reason why not, but when they were very much playing down their hopes and expectations pre-event, you tend to subscribe to their beliefs, but they've done well. One of the 2 and a 7 so far. So with our overhead drone shots, we're shooting from the committee boat end of the line this time, I believe. So that's going to be interesting. See how that, see whether this right side is stronger this time. We've got a minute and a half to go. Gladiator, I think, Louise, setting down, setting for the pin end of the line, or the left end of the group, as it were. Vayu.
Yes, it looks like the Gladiator is really interested again to do the copy and paste of what they already made them win 2 races. So they want to set up at the pin end, they want to win the pin end again. And the other boats might need to follow that strategy as well, because it worked so well the last 3 races already.
Indeed, so 1 minute to go. Watching how Quantum Racing set up. Once again, kind of pitching towards the middle of the line, perhaps taking a little hitch up to windward just now while they can, maybe wanting more to be in the right, potentially tacking behind Phoenix. Phoenix had a good start to the previous race, so the middle of the race was good for them, and they just lost out a little bit in the latter stages. But nice shots from this committee boat end of the line. Watching Sled now. Sled just Takakura just keeping the bow up momentarily, just scrubbing off a little of the speed. They clearly want this key position at the committee boat end of the line. The final 5 seconds, the critical speed build. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic are a little bit slow off the line. Bow 46 is recalled. Now that's Alpha Plus having to go back. Good start from Gladiator down at the pin end of the line. On board quickly with Alpha Plus as they scurry to go back round. They have to, otherwise everybody else is clear. Everybody else is clear now. Quantum Racing having to tack behind Sled. Good start, really good start from Phoenix in the middle of the line with speed. It's allowing them to roll over the top of the boats to leeward off them. Meantime, Quantum Racing slow and behind the line when the gun went, having to tack off. But they're coming off the line now with good speed. So certainly the breeze is a little bit more solid. So not the best lineup we've seen. But for me, Louise, Phoenix making the best start, and potentially Gladiator at the pin end of the line.
Andy, I really agree with you. I think Gladiator had a great start again at the pin and can sail all their way now to the left side, as they probably also want to do. But I also really like the start of Phoenix. They have a bit more options, starting more towards the race committee, so they can tack if they like, or they can continue. They have a lot of space to leeward. That's great in these conditions, so they can sail fast. And we still have big waves, so you still need to have big lanes to hold your lane and go fast. But now we are up to 10 knots, and it's a great day here. We have the full crew out hiking, so way better conditions than we had before so far. Best conditions of the day, I would say.
Indeed, so disappointing then for Alpha Plus over the start line, having in fact gone 5.55. They're going to struggle to repeat that level of consistency, but you just never know in these slightly fickle conditions. Certainly there's been opportunities for gains and losses all the way through these first 3 races of this ROLEX TP52 World Championship. Relatively late afternoon now, a day which has been punctuated by delays. But Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, though a little bit slow off the line, seeming to find good pressure on this right side. Value going quite nicely as well, just to weather off them. On board with the regatta leaders, Value, Nick Rogers monitoring the rest of the fleet. Boats round about him, just getting the hand bearing compass out just to keep a bearing on the boats to his left. Them being in particular Phoenix, I think, probably, and Gladiator to the leeward of them. Now, good pace, good heel, max pressure, max hike for the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic team. Seem to have got that first shift right, along with Value. So of course the Value, Gladiator and Quantum all share the same briefing each day in terms of weather and what the potential strategies in terms of the evolution of the breeze and the current over the day with James Line. So maybe not a surprise to see Value and Quantum racing powered by American Magic close to each other. Meantime, we can just see in the top of our picture, so you can see Gladiator. Gladiator for me just a little bit slower, but sailing lower. So maybe that left-hand shift coming in for them once again. But just now, the tracking showing Gladiator to be very much in the mid-fleet. A nice heel, nice powered up situation for Gladiator. You can see the main sheet is now centred, and look how narrow the sheeting angle is on the jib. It's a very very narrow shooting angle indeed. So looking across the fleet now, once again a split with 3 boats on this right side looking upwind. So there we go then. According to the tracking, Alpha Plus have come back nicely into this race, considering they were over the start line. So Louise, how's it looking on the left? Presumably you're still on the left side of the course near Gladiator.
Andy, I'm on the right side of the course, just leeward of Quantum Racing, and I really like their mode. They're going for fast mode here, trying to go fast through the waves, and it looks we have good pressure here, to be honest. We have like 8 knots, that's not bad. We had 10 knots at the start, 8 knots, so it's slightly dropping, but these boats here on the right side are extending and extending. And on Quantum Racing we have only professional sailors, with Harry Melgers having the boat, very young after guard. Also Harry is part of the Youth America's Cup program by American Magic, and now they're going to attack here. They still got placed to the ley line, so they're attacking quite early. I think they don't know exactly how they will come back on this starboard tack in comparison to the other boats who went all the way to the left. I really like this. They keep their options open here. I think this is what we often see from Quantum Racing, to keep options, and in the end you want to be consistent. So the more options you have, the more consistent racing you might also get, and racing results. There's coming across here with Value.
It's interesting.
Value just undertakes them. We can see this under tracking, and now it's quite difficult for Quantum Racing to hold their lane, because on this tack they go exactly against the wave direction. So it's a bit difficult with the mode. And let's see if they can stay there, but strong move by Value undertaking them so close, so they make sure they have Quantum Racing under control.
Yes, great overhead shot there, just showing Value trying to squeeze up and bounce Quantum Racing powered by American Magic off, and that's exactly what they do. Quantum couldn't live in that position. So good work from the Value afterguard and Don Whitcraft in particular on the helm, with main sheet trim from Palm Green. So Quantum just tacking to windward, just clearing their lines, clearing their lane. Meantime, on that left side, Gladiator back in the lead. But it's all about wind pressure, I think, and wind angle getting up to this windward mark. Liking the look just now of a value in the middle or middle right upwind. But meantime, Gladiator appearing to be lifting away.
We've already seen at the races before that Gladiators seem to just have a bit of a higher and faster mode than the other boats around them, and it seems like that they're pulling off this mode again, and that's probably why they make this big gains, Andy.
I think certainly got pace upwind in these light to moderate conditions. Briefly on board with Platoon, who are 6th just now. Still the breeze is up and down. It's so important to avoid the lighter patches. Such a difficult upwind to read. Sled just upwind of Allegra sled going quite well. Certainly of the boats on that left side sled are quite strong. But I think as much as anything, Gladiator.
So now we see the boats crossing from the left in front of the boats from the right, so the left side was better again, but I'm here on the right side and we get good breeze down here. 10 knots, gusts rolling down here, it's grey, so you can't really see the gusts along ahead. It's kind of, you need to wait until they're there. But the left side paid off again as well for Tony Langley on Gladiator.
So too, Phoenix looking quite good, just leading that little group just to windward of sled. Allegra just a little bit in the traffic for the meantime. So it's really all about the positioning for this approach to the windward mark. All the time, whether you come out to the starboard ley line early and, as we say, risk having boats tacking inside you or coming in late on port. For Gladiator, I don't think there's that immediate concern. They have a lead of about 40 or 50 metres once again.
We've just seen a penalty situation. So I think Sled undetected Allegra too close probably. Just had to do a penalty. But now they cleared themselves. They did a 360 turn, so one jibe and one tag. And now they're back and trying to move their way forward in the fleet. Gladiator tacked on ley line. And not many meters more to go for them until they were around the upwind mark.
We're just seeing on Sled's track then that penalty costing them dropping to 9th. So in the end, looking like a little bit of a difficult day for Sled. However, plenty more racing to go in this second contest of the day. A look at Gladiator's position. 60 or 70 metres clear of value, but really massive credit to the value after guard. They really are on fire just now. I think the key thing now for them is having the confidence to put themselves into positions and know they can live in more difficult situations and come out of them. Although having said that, we've just seen them going behind Patrick and Quantum. So in the end, a clear lead for Gladiator round the top mark. Second round is going to be, I think, Phoenix. So it's really been all about that approach to the windward mark. Keeping it clean, not getting into trouble. Quantum a little bit shy on ley line, but should be getting around now in fourth. Patrick fifth and tight now. Platoon looking to me like they're going to be underlaid and they're having to bear away and go all the way round. Then Sled after Patrick. Alpha Plus in the end. A curse of the commentator just when I was commending value for their approach to the windward mark, ending up having to go way behind everybody, and they look to be going round in ninth. So tough moments and for the value team, the regatta leaders. All to the good though for Gladiator, for Tony Langley's team. Phoenix round in second and go for the early jibe, Louise.
Andy, so in the end we had the two top boats were also the two boats starting the best. We had Gladiator at the pennant going all the way to the left and copy paste how they already won the two races before. Phoenix starting more at the boat but had all the options. I really like that approach as well. And then surprisingly Quantum Racing didn't look so good, but they just had a great management here into this upwind mark. It was some tricky situations, not all the boats were laying to the ley line, so they managed it really well, could just squeeze around the upwind mark and are now in full attacking position on the boat in front of them.
They did, so they went round in fourth, chasing third place Allegri. And Platoon then having to go all the way around the outside. They came in underlaying. There was nowhere for them to go, so the world champions have to go all the way around the outside. And just when they'd got themselves a measure of consistency of some type, lying fifth, I think, this morning, or lying fifth just now, ending up in ninth and chasing value. So this really is all to the good for Gladiator. Have 4 boats between them and Sled, and well ahead of value. So
I guess Tony Langley on Gladiator is now just trying to keep it simple, avoid mistakes, stay fast and don't let the others pass him anymore. He would probably just go to ley line, make a nice jibe, and then on this other jibe he would then surf the waves, because we have great conditions now, Andy. We have 11 knots, so the wind really picked up. Great decision by Maria from the race committee to be patient and wait so long until 4 o'clock in the afternoon to be now able to sail in these beautiful conditions. And what a tight racing we're having. It's literally open until the end. You might not lay the mark, you might need to do a penalty. We have seen a couple of boats doing penalties on the upwind. So I think it's open until the end and it's so tight.
Indeed, and looking at Phoenix, the Plattner family going well in this race in second. Gladiator then potentially coming off the water with a 3-point lead over Allegri. Allegri were third, or sorry, second, third going into second going into the day. and may well come off the water still second. The losers would be Vayu. However, we're only on the first downwind of the second race, and as Louise said, the breeze up at 10 or 11 knots. Plenty of opportunities. And as ever, Ed Baird and Cameron Dunn on the hunt, sniffing out any little chance they have. Quantum going down that right side.
So Quantum just sailed a little bit further than Allegre. I think they wanted to create an option. They wanted to maybe take this gain from the left side to just extend a bit more to then be able to maybe overpass Allegre. I think they really want to move forward on that leaderboard, but they also don't want to take too much risk because this place so far seems a little bit unpredictable. We kind of didn't always know what will happen next, but Tony Langley on Gladiator, I think, can feel quite relaxed, quite confident about his copy and paste winning race plan.
Indeed. And the key thing for Gladiator is they've got a couple of boats between them and their main rivals, and there's nothing more they can do really than win races. So big split then downwind between Phoenix and our foreground. And Gladiator way out on that right side. So this is of course only the second regatta of the season for the Phoenix team. They didn't race in Palma in late April, early May. And all the time, of course, as we've said, Hasso and Tina alternating, and that means half as much time on the helm for each of them. So really in terms of hours on the helm, days on the helm, they're pretty light compared to the likes of Gigi Parada and all the other teams. So back on board with Gladiator then.
So Gladiator is on the fast jibe. That means the wave is coming from the back. These are now perfect conditions to pick the right wave, to already start surfing down that wave. You really need to be careful because there's not enough wind yet to surf down every wave. So you really need to pick the right one, go up, create your own apparent wind and surf it nicely down.
Certainly probably the most wind we've seen today so far. But Quantum gaining on that right side.
I'm down here at the gate now and I'm down here at the gate now, we have 13 knots. This is just beautiful for these boats. And the fleet is still very tight together.
Well, Gladiator being perhaps the exception to that. Getting around the left-hand mark, looking upwind, nice safe drop from the Gladiator team. Going on the left-hand mark. Quantum coming in from the right of the run. Potentially a safe second perhaps. Maybe not. They have Allegre and Phoenix on their left. So there we go, yes, Allegre coming into shot from the left. Though Quantum with less distance to sail. Clearly everybody wanting to go up that left side, but Quantum then moving up to second. Actually, in the end, Allegra choosing to go to the, I think choosing to come to this right-hand mark looking upwind. Allegra through Phoenix to all intents and purposes, although probably really rounding opposite marks at the same time. So nice little battle up this second beat between Allegra and Phoenix. Who's going to be round the top mark in third at the end of this second beat? Patrick. Pretty steady, really, the French team. So going well today, going well this regatta, our Paprec. Next round I think will be Sled, sorry, I beg your pardon. So a little bit of a recovery from them. Up to sixth. Platoon, Alpha Plus and Vayu still to come. So really quite a big spread through the fleet now between Gladiator and Vayu in terms of time and distance. But really nice conditions, maybe lacking a little bit of sun, but 12, 13 knots of breeze, fully powered up, no more indoor yachting. So Gladiator now can just keep a little bit of a loose cover on the fleet behind them, just match them move for move as best they can. They're over 200 metres ahead of Quantum Racing.
So now we see most of the fleet on port tack. They don't go to the full left side anymore, they're all tacked earlier. I guess this is because of a left shift. I can see a little bit of a left shift. And I really like the move of Tony Langley. We always say as a first boater that sailing is easy, but he's just making it great the last 3 races. Always pulling off the strategy and now following the other boats in a loose cover, so don't take too much risk. I really like that because that also shows this place is a little bit unpredictable, as I already said before, so you just want to make sure he stays in the lead here and sails fast. And we see some great on-board shots here, all hiking, trying to put all the weight out to go as fast as they can.
Indeed, though, I think we're just hearing a change of course, but probably confirming the windward mark has moved slightly to the left, I'm guessing. That's all to the good of Gladiator and indeed Quantum Racing, boats which came round the left-hand mark at the leeward gate, hence the reason. And Allegra once again in the mix. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, tacking on top of Allegra. And Allegra making their, well, thought they were going to attack, but Quantum looked a little bit slow out of that move. But anyway, Gladiator still with around about 200 metres ahead. Platoon gone way out to the left. So Sled working hard in the middle of the course. 7th at the top mark after that penalty.
So Andy, the conditions seem a lot more shift driven now out here. The boats are going more with the shifts. They always try to say the shortest distance to the mark. This is basically when you go with the shifts. And you also still want to avoid maneuvers in these wavy conditions. So it's about finding out the trade-off also between tacking on a shift and how big the shift needs to be. So I tack on, or I still continue to avoid the maneuver. It's not an easy decision to make this call.
Indeed, but still quite shifty. Breeze moving around a little bit. So when you consider the distances the Gladiator have generally been ahead in the race wins, it's pretty commanding, isn't it? It's making that left side of the course work for them. You still begs the question why the likes of Quantum Sled haven't tried that, but when I spoke last night, particularly with Andrea Vicentini and Ado Stead, for example, they were just saying it's not, they don't believe it's that cut and drive, that the mix of the breeze, particularly out on the right side, certainly in that second race yesterday, they came in from the right and that had worked for them. Anyway, back on board with the Value, making their tack. They've got a lot of work to do in ninth just now.
It was really nice to see on the tracking. You could see the boats in the middle of the fleet going also more through the middle actually. So Gladiator protecting the second then protecting the third, and like this they end up to do a lot more maneuver and stay more in the middle. But then you also have the 2 or 3 boats who went around that gate in the last 3 positions, and they sail more to the outsides. They take more risk, and let's see how they all come back to the upwind mark. Interesting to see Quantum following now the 3rd and the 4th place. So I think for them it's at the moment Allegra and Phoenix they are focusing on. That means that they already admitted to themselves Gladiator has too much of a big lead, so now they want to cover, they want to protect. They might still want to attack if they see a clear gain, but most priorities here defending that 2nd place, what would really help them to move up on the leaderboard for them.
Indeed, meantime, Platoon way out that left side, I think coming back but not on a great angle. Platoon in 8th just now. So quite grey and almost misty conditions, certainly indicative of the cold air to the north of us.
Yes, absolutely. We can't really see the shore anymore. It's a little bit foggy out here, fresh. I will put my jacket on soon, finally. It has been so hot and humid all day, and we have great winds, 10 to 12 knots. So what a great day for these boats to be out racing.
So
Andy, so I'm at the upwind mark now. I have a nice view down on the racetrack, and Gladiator and Quantum Racing are already close to the ley lines. They will just do one more tag, and then they will be already rounding that upwind mark very soon.
But if anything, Gladiator have gained on this second upwind. They're now over 250 metres ahead. And Quantum really quite comfortable, I would say, in second over Allegra. Certainly in a position where they can protect if they need to. They have Allegra to leeward and Phoenix to leeward of Allegra.
So it always helps to go fast in these conditions, in whatever conditions actually. And Gladiator just seemed to have this extra tiny bit of speed because they just did the same as the second boat did. So that they were just extending their lead. That means they probably just sailed a bit faster. So there's a good work going on between the helm, the main trimmer, and the upwind trimmer on upwind to make that boat sailing fast, and it always trimming to the wind.
Indeed, certainly looking like a better race for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and Phoenix going well. Phoenix second at the top mark, first time around, have lost Quantum. But I'm sure if they could get through in third ahead of Phoenix, ahead of Allegra. Meantime, Sled getting themselves up to fifth. And then just watching the approach of Tony Langley and the team on board the Gladiator. So just building, bringing the bow down just to sail most directly to the mark, save a few meters here and there. Gage Parada pulls the bow down, the kite is ready to set. Whether they may be able to have get it up on the offset leg, I'm not quite sure, but it's certainly set and ready to go, and they're going to be heading downwind after the offset mark before Quantum get to the windward mark. So this is a very dominant display by Gladiator. Just a nice hoist, just getting the kite set just before the mark. Gage keeping the boat high, just to give themselves a little bit of breathing space as they come down on the mark. Meantime, Quantum come round in second. Allegra will be round in third. Potentially going 3-4, 6-3 for the regatta so far. Phoenix in fourth. And Paprec probably going to be fifth.
So Alpha Plus really shy on ley line here. I hope they can make the mark.
Under pressure a little bit from Alpha Plus behind. He should be okay just looking at it. Just in the end having a little bit of breathing space, not trying to shave too close to the mark. They have sled that is actually just above them. And coming round the outside then, Value and Platoon. So Platoon then having to wheelbarrow out of the top mark first time up. Just couldn't find the space and had to get themselves out and go behind the approaching starboard tackers. That really cost them, and they're in 9th position just now.
Andy, we see a lot of boats who went for early jibe. They don't go all the way anymore to the left side. It looks a little bit more like on the upwind. They also didn't go all the way to the left upwind side. So now they do the same. They go for early jibe. This is the fast jibe again. Now there's even more wind than on the downwind before. So it will be easier for them to be fast on that jibe, go in wave direction, surf down these waves. But you still need to be pretty dynamic on the boat to make the boat flat when it has a heel with the weight of the crew moving to the sides.
Indeed, just looking at Paprec coming downwind. Projected standings then, Gladiator would be leading by 3 points, I think. And Allegra would be second, Value third, and Sled out on 21 points. So things looking good for Gladiator just now. Allegra very much in the mix, as are Value. But, you know, potentially 3 wins for Gladiator, I think. That really does lay down the gauntlet in terms of the world title. Said before, Guillermo Parada and indeed Bruno Zirilli have had 3 world titles. 2 of them on Azura, and 1 going way back to 2009 on Matador in Palma.
Andy, I've been speaking the last 2 days about how difficult these conditions are, but I agree with you. Gladiator make it looks easy. Starting with a 9th place yesterday in the first race, and then fully changing their strategy and pulling off 1 win after the other. What a great.
But for sure, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, are trying to attack on that left side of Gladiator. Good wind pressure. All the time, as Louise was saying, you want to sail the most direct course towards the next mark, in this case the leeward, or the finish line in fact, or the leeward gate. So it's always this balance between sailing high and building speed, and coming down not too low and sailing as directly as possible to the mark. So it's always that fine line, that fine balance. Sail high, you're sailing more distance.
Andy, I can't really see the finish yet because the course is so long. The course is 1.6 miles long. It's pretty long for me, coming from a 470 where the course is usually not longer than a mile. But on the tracking I can see that going into an early jibe was the good strategy here, because it looks like that this is a right shift. We had a right shift probably at the upwind mark. And now if you want to sail the fastest and shortest course towards the finish of the last race of the day, then this early jibe probably paid off.
Indeed, so quick look at the onboard there with Gladiator. Just for Jan, who was just asking very quickly about the deck layout, well, you can pretty much see what's going on there. We have Chris Hosking on the rear grinder just now, controlling the main sheet, and the front grinders are controlling the spinnaker trim. You can see the three sets of winches there. This aft winch here has got the on the left has got the runner. Unfortunately, just losing the onboard, but that was very, very briefly for you, Jan, asking about the deck layout on the 52s. We'll try and update that progressively.
Now we have Quantum and Gladiator already jibing, going towards the finish line. Maybe 1.5 minutes left for them on that starboard jibe until they cross the finish line on that final race of the day.
The only battle you can see developing.
I think Tony Langley and Gladiator, they can be pretty proud of themselves. What they achieved in the last 3 races is a very, very strong series.
It is indeed. And kite trimmer there, downwind, bare feet, is Simon Fry. So he's working all the time with the grinders. He's calling the grinders to trim on. The grinders will turn the handles, and then he'll just let it slip to ease the sheet out. And as the grinders see that happening, then they'll stop grinding. So the constructions are always trim and hold from the main sheet trimmer. But anyway, 3rd race win in a row for Gladiator, which will take them on to 12 points. Next through the finish will be Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, who will go on to 21 points. Bear with me in my very poor arithmetic, but I don't think we need to have a maths degree to realise that Gladiator are the comfortable leaders after today. Quantum then just coming through the finish line, their best result so far at this regatta, and going better. 3 and a 2 in the end for today. I think the coach James Lyne will be a little bit happier, and indeed Ed Reynolds, the project director. Next through is going to be Allegre in 3rd. For me, going to 16 points. Next through is Phoenix for 4. So good result for Phoenix. All in all, Tina Plattner. Don't know how much rival there is between Hasso and Tina, but a 7th in the first race, 4th. Pat Prett coming through for 5th. 4.885 for them. 25 points. And it's going to be quite close potentially between Sled and Alpha Plus. Sled on the right coming downwind, Alpha Plus coming in from the left. Sled a little bit slower but more directly towards the finish line, and Sled get a 6th. So I think Sled will hold 3rd. So Alpha Plus then getting 7th. Platoon, yeah, Value getting 8th, but Platoon 9th. So disappointment for Value and Platoon. So 18 points then for Value. My top 3 just now then after this race would be Gladiator leading on 12 points, Allegris second on 16, and Value still on 18, Sled on 19, but that's very, very provisional. Back of an envelope stuff, but for sure, Louise, and a great day for the Gladiator and Quantum Racing coming back with their better score in that second race.
Absolutely. Coming home with 2 first places is just an incredible feeling. I've been only able to do this once in my sailing career, and I felt like a complete superstar. So I'm really happy for Tony and his team, Gladiator. They can be really happy with this day and go to sleep, rest and have a nice rest and come the same strong back tomorrow. That's amazing. But also Quantum Racing, to make this comeback, sailing a 3rd place and a 2nd place today really shows that this team can hold together, come back strong after yesterday, and let's see what day number 3 will bring tomorrow, Andy.
Indeed, let's see what happens, but a pretty difficult day in the sense that we had the initial delay, then a good race, then another race which was abandoned, and then another small delay, and then into the second race of the day. So a pretty testing day for the teams all in all. But Gladiator leading 9-1-1-1, 12 points for them. Also from Great Britain, Allegra in second just now on 16 points. Value in third on 18. Sled now on 19. Good for them rescuing that 6th place in the second race, but dropping to 4th. Quantum Racing moving up to 5th. 3 and a 2, as I say, today for them. Happier faces tonight, I'm sure, from the 7 times world champions. Alpha Plus, they're in 6th, 22 points. Platoon Aviation on 23, Paprec 25, Phoenix on 27, and Interlodge on 39. So kudos to the Gladiator team on top after day 2 at the Rolex TP52 World Championship. We'll move into the midpoint of the regatta tomorrow. Hopefully we get a decent forecast, and as I say all the time, moving to the midpoint of the 2024 season, and it's really interesting at the top of the championship table, as it will be at the end of this week. So thank you very much for joining us today. Join us again tomorrow here in Newport, Rhode Island at the Rolex T52 World Championship. See you then.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember.
Quantum Racing is back at the top of the world. Rolex TP52 World Champion.
They the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. A moment can live on forever.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our two flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60. Built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.